Alright, y'all. Trying to get everything set up. So these are the nails that we are recreating. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and pull up. Say what's up. I could talk to myself all day, but I'd rather not. Yo, every time I go on live, some bullshit happens. I swear to God, it never fails. I just spilled this all over my floor. Thank God not all of them were open. Let me just take out. We received our samples today, and y'all, the PolyGel is on point. I'm so excited. But what we're going to be using for today, we're going to be using Goy and Nude. And this I actually got from my local A to Z, what's it called? Nail supply shop. And this hand doesn't come with the nails already in there, so it's pretty dope. I get to just put my own in here. And this is actually how I do my nails. So I end up putting my nails, like these ones I created on here, on the hand. And then I just take it off of here. And I clean up the edges, make it look real pretty. And then I put them on. And I just changed out this hand. I've been having this one for a minute. I added my little teddy bear. I just love them. One of my favorite nail content creators, she wears on her dominant hand short and on her non-dominant hand long. And I just love it because I can do way more stuff with one hand long and one hand short. And I like to be different, so I love it. I love the idea of that. So I don't keep the bottom, the ones that I put on the bottom, long like that. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I cut them down. Most of the time this will be already done, but since I was already coming on here late, I was like, okay, let me stop bullshitting. Because I was already having an episode today, and I didn't want to give myself an excuse not to come on. And this is really where my passion lies. So now these nail top tip long duck nail tips, oh my god, I got this from my local shop too. I don't have it on my, oh damn, I'm so sorry y'all. If you look at my old my previous one, you'll see the Amazon shop. Most of my products is where I use, but these ones aren't on there. These ones I found at my local shop. So no local nail supply shop. I usually use a number 2 on the thumb. A number 5. And I usually have this done before I come on here, but I'm gonna do it since it's already late. I was like, let me stop bullshitting and jump on and get it started. Not the Christmas snowman popping out of nowhere. Where the hell did you come from? That's what I'm saying. I be looking for stuff randomly, and when I'm looking for them, when I need it, it don't be there. Or randomly it'll pop up, I should say. So I just cut these ones all the way down. And I got this cute little thing from my local nail art supply shop too. This is my little palette. I love wearing I love having stuff to remind me that I'm a queen. We all need to remind ourselves that we are queens. I think a lot of times we are really hard on ourselves. And we don't celebrate the times that we should be celebrating ourselves and the things that we do that are great. We just kind of beat up on ourselves. And sometimes people are not like that, but I just notice a lot more people beat up on themselves more than they salute themselves. Now this right here, my flash cure lamp is definitely on the hey sis, on our Astrofluent. Sis, can you go into our description from our last what's it called, the last live, and pin our store in the comments, please? I gotta make you a moderator on here, but I don't know how to do it. Let me see if I can look up how to make you a moderator. Maybe if I click on you. Hold on, y'all. I gotta make my sis a moderator, and I don't know how to do it. It should be just me going into the live and making you a moderator. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna have to make you a moderator, sis. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to make you a moderator, sis. I don't know how to make you a moderator, but yeah, I saw this over here on how to. Let me see if this shows a little better. Yeah, buddy. That right there is so dope. Okay, so like I said, my bad, y'all. Normally I have this done already, but I started off late today. So y'all gonna have to ride it out with me. If you want to, you know. Alright, so we're gonna do smaller on here. Alright, so 6. Hey. I'm sorry I'm coming on here a little bit later than normal, but I'm just trying to be as consistent as possible. Our goal is to be monetized by April, but you know, I'm be really happy. I'm manifesting that. So help us hit our goal, y'all. I really appreciate all the love that I've been receiving and all the support. Even with my get readies with me when I really don't feel like doing absolutely nothing. I just want to lay in bed and cry because of my BPD. Um, it does make me feel better that I don't feel alone, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for all the likes. Don't forget to share, subscribe. If you have anybody that's really loves PolyGel, I love PolyGel. I wanted to learn acrylic, but I had tried a non-scented one and it gave me a headache, and I only tried it for 20 minutes. So I had fallen in love with PolyGel when it first came out during the pandemic. And ever since then, it's been my baby. So I'm going to flash carrot, make sure it's nice and even, nice and steady. And I was not a duck nail girly, and I don't know what the hell happened. I think because I love um, how much um, space you have with the duck nails. I ended up just falling in love with them because you have so much space to do as much nail art that you want on here. Yeah, we're still working on our website. It's going to be Big Cartel. It's going to be Astrofluent Kulture, bigcartel.com, but we have some stuff that we are working on. We're working on our own polygel. We have some big things coming out, and I'm super excited of this new journey we are going on in our life. So we just flash carrying all of these. You can file them if you want. Um, it will give it like a better grip when you're putting them on. But for me, I just don't. Sometimes I do it if I'm off the camera. Most of the time I do it. But because it was later and I was like, damn, I'm going on here mad late. I was like, I'm pushing my luck already. So I said, fuck it. Let me just not even do the prep too much, because like I said, I popped this part off. This is the part that's inside the nail. And I leave the rest off, and then I prep it, and then I use them as press-ons. But for me, it was easier doing it this way. And I say it in all my videos, like, figure out what is best for you and what's easiest for you to do. Because not everybody is going to learn the same way and pick up the same things. Like, I noticed that I try to do things that other nail techs did, and it did not work for me. But learning my own way to do it made it so much easier for me. But seeing different techniques from different nail content creators was definitely helpful. Yeah, and spirit has been blessing me left and right. It's so crazy. Like, I can't, like, things don't, for the most part, things usually be a mess. Like, I'm always so used to, like, things turning out not the way that I want it to, and I just kind of let it be. But I don't know, lately I've just been just keeping my faith even when things don't look right, and it's been helping a lot. It's been helping me get through my worst times, even through the way that I feel with my BPD. All right. So I'm just gonna go over them one more time just to make sure, because I normally prep the bottom at least, or at least just put sand them just a little bit, file them before I put on these. Now you'll see, like, a lot of nail techs, they don't do that, but whenever I'm using these ones, because they have that, um, they don't have that rough effect on them. It just makes it sometimes easier for me to do. Alright, so go ahead and bring out our Melody Susie. Make sure y'all can see good. And this is on our Amazon storefront. Let me see if I can go on. Let me pin it over here. Hold up, y'all. I was trying to see if I could get the. I wanted to add the storefront on here. But I think it's just going to not let me add it. Yeah. I always do that dumb shit. I be forgetting to add the storefront until afterwards. Let's see. Okay, I think I got it now. Give me a second, y'all. I just want to be able for y'all to get the PolyGel because this Goy PolyGel is really good and it's cheap. It's definitely worth it. And just because it's cheap doesn't mean that it's like, you know, not good. Like, it's just worth the money. You get 60 grams, and they've only got like 6 colors right now, but it's definitely worth it. Let me see if I can jump on here real quick. And okay. Oh, okay. There we go. All right, sis. Adding you as a moderator. All right, and then let me pin this. Okay, so if you look in the comments, you'll be able to see the you'll be able to see our storefront. Thank you so much for the love. All right, so I hope y'all can see the storefront. I pinned it on there. So what I'm gonna do now is just go on here and I just do a light style on the front and the side. You don't have to do this. You can always just put the PolyGel on top. Or not the PolyGel, but you want to do the base coat first. But I do want to do the C-curve on these ones. And I don't use the same. Let me move this out the way because these ones are going to keep on falling. It's going to get on my nerves. Let me put half over here. I love the notebook art. That was my first time trying it. A lot of these designs I'm literally trying for the first time. And I will try them before I go on. I'll do them the night before. Or like today, I was running late because I wanted to have at least my thumbnail finished. And I'm a procrastinator that is always looking for a reason to not jump on, which is very frustrating. So I'm trying to break that habit. Well, I'm gonna break the habit. So even if I'm jumping on late, oh well, that's what I'm doing. I made the commitment to myself, and I noticed that I have made so many commitments to other people that I always am still loyal to. But to myself, I don't stay loyal to myself, you know? So, and I have such a loyal heart. I love so hard. But you can skip this stuff if you want to. For me, I like to do it. Especially when I'm going to do the C-curve. Then I like to make sure that I do the filing. Make sure my sides are good. And you can always clean up your sides. You don't have to clean up your sides in the beginning. But now when I do the C-curve, I take off this. Drill bit. And then I'm going to use the ceramic bit. Damn, what the fuck? Thank you for the likes. Don't forget to like, subscribe, check out your girl. We're trying to hit monetization. And I just want to follow my heart and my passion. Don't forget to follow my sis. It's Rashida. She started her channel a while ago and she's got some really good stuff on there. It's love_Rashida 888. And she's going to be coming on as a guest when I do the reactions. Tomorrow we're going to do a reaction video since I'm pretty sure my doctor is going to let me go into work tomorrow. I'm hoping. My episode has been bad. So when it's bad, I have a high stressful job. It doesn't help for me to go into work. And although the money I need for survival, it doesn't help me. And this ceramic drill bit is so good when you're trying to get a sharp C curve. Make sure y'all can see it. Make sure y'all can see. Alright. I do have one set that I've already done, but that's the reason why I go on live, because if I go on live then I don't have to edit. And the way that I've been feeling, I just don't got it in me to edit. I just rather stream. Plus it's like real shit that happens, and I'm not hiding anything. I'm just showing in real time what's happening. Yeah, it was so crazy. I literally went um, to the doctor's office today for some paperwork that I need to grab. And I didn't know if I was going to have any weight until that I was going to be able to do it. But I literally just had, like, I knew that there was a big chance that they could literally tell me, like, we can't do nothing for you. You have to go to a different office. And yo, spirit just came through, yo. The ancestors, they came through, man. Like from the moment I walked into the doctor's office, like there was some bullshit already going on. Like some people had attitudes, and I was like, damn, man, I don't know if everything was gonna work itself out. But like I just kept on getting reassured from spirit, like, nah, it's gonna work out, it's gonna work out. So I was like, alright, cool, let me just go ahead. And I was already there, so I was like, fuck it, let me just go ahead. And yo, everything worked out. Like the person that I was talking to was just so sweet and understanding. At first told me like they couldn't do anything to help me, but then like I explained like the situation, and I didn't argue or anything, because arguing with somebody and making a fool, like, I already know working. And when you have somebody that can actually help you, man, you get way better service with honey than you do with vinegar. So I was just playing it cool, like, alright, you know, if you can't help me, it's cool. But yo, spirit just kept on like reassuring me, like, you gonna walk out with the paperwork you need. And then I got all the paperwork, and I was like, oh shit, I could not believe it. I was so happy. So that helped put me in a good mood. But you know what's like very frustrating about BPD is that like I don't go to sleep on time like when I should. Hold up, y'all. Because I should be using my nail dust plate and I'm not. Oh, my bad. And let me show y'all what I use too. Look how dope this is. So I use a filter on top of the filter. And if you look in the pinned comments, you'll see our storefront, and you can get these same, you'll get like 200 of these for like either $6.99 or $10.99. I can't remember. So you take out the filter, well, the little disc, I think it's called. I forgot, but if you look it up in the Amazon storefront, you'll see it. And I'm getting the filter out. because it's not technically a filter, it's a filter for a filter. So you just put it right on top, and then depending on, they have the ones that are square, depending on the dust collector that you have. The one that I have is the Melody Susie, and it's come off because my dumbass used acetone over here to try and clean it up like a dummy. So anyways, lesson learned, don't use acetone to clean your dust collector or anything with labels on it. Make sure y'all can see. Good, okay. Alright, so we're just gonna do the thumbnail. And it comes with 3 different levels. I don't put it on the lowest level just because I only have a little bit left to do. And then I just have it on 15,000 RPM. But yeah, don't forget to comment, subscribe, say what's up, talk to your girl. I could talk to myself for hours, so don't worry. I can keep you entertained if you just want to watch. Yeah, it was a previous foot. And then I had, I don't know what's up with the Florida drivers, but these Florida drivers are something serious. Like, the light turned green and I literally got honked at. And I understand why people have road rage. I wanted to slap the shit out of the person behind. I'm like, yo, the light just turned fucking green. What the fuck are you honking at me for? And for nothing, because they were driving so damn slow behind me after the light turned green. Anyways. So yeah, I've been going through it with my BPD, but I feel like I'm coming out of it. I just don't like the cycle of it when I can't control how much I sleep. That really bothers me because I work from home and it scares me to go into work and be in my cycle, and then all of a sudden I just fall asleep at work. And then I lose my job because I was so worried about going to work and not worried about taking care of myself. So I'd rather just take the L and not worry about getting in trouble. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta take my medicine. Yes, I do take medicine. And it just helped me to stay clean. One of the best decisions I ever made in my life. Should have made it a lot sooner. But you live and you learn. Oh, I'm so sorry. That did not sound like good SMR. Well, I don't know what ASMR, what good ASMR sounds like, because I don't really listen to that, but my bad if it didn't sound good. Alright, I'm just going ahead and now one of the girls, she uses 91% isopropyl alcohol for the nail prep dehydrator. I like the I like to use the 3 steps. My Secret nail dehydrator first. Then I use her Extra Bond My Secret No Burn Acid Free Primer for acrylic and UV gel. Now again, if you see my other lives, most of the time, by the time I come on, I've already done all of this. But this is what I use. I use 3 steps. I'm thinking about trying Zulay's 3-step uh, 3 prep. I think it's 3 prep trio. And then I use the Young Nails Protein Bond non-acid adhesion. You don't have to do it over the whole nail. I like to do it over the whole nail. You really want to just do it on the prep part. But I'm just so used to doing the whole nail. I always do the whole nail. I don't know. It always feels weird if I just do the top. It feels like I'm missing it. So foundation gel and base gel is the same. It literally says foundation base gel. I heard some people fighting in the comments, and one of the nail creators that um about it, saying that it was like two different um things. One is foundation gel, one is base gel. You use, I don't know. When I looked it up, they're both the same. Some people call it foundation gel, some people call it base gel. And on the Beatles bottle, it's literally has both on there, foundation, base gel. Now you want to do the whole nail when you're doing the base coat, because you're going to put the polygel on the whole nail. And you'll see me do this a lot where I check it. Because I hate when I miss a spot. And I think I've gotten it all. But this right here is definitely my escape. This is like where my passion truly lies. And I really tell you to follow where your passion is. You will be so much happier, and that's going to put you in such a better vibration and um, help you manifest the things that you want to manifest in life, if you believe in manifestation. I'm gonna put it in the lamp. I don't want to put the lamp up here because it takes up too much room, and I want to keep this as clean as possible. So I'm going to put it in the lamp for 30 seconds, or excuse me, 60 seconds. And this is tea, the goy. The color is tea. And it's a nude. It's real pretty. And you can't beat it. It's 60 grams for $8. And I was so excited. I talked so much shit about Mochi Gel because they went up $2. But then I went on their website and they had the big ass tubs for $50 for 200 grams. And I got the Pink Friday and which one else did I get? Oh, the French Kiss. Oh, both of those are my favorites. And I'm going to make a video where I take my Model 1s, all my old polygels, and just put it all together, all my nudes together, and see what happens. And they don't have like an expiration date. Also, during this time, you want to make sure that you're paying attention to the temperature in your room, because even though it's not acrylic, it's still acrylic with acrylic powder with hard gel. Let me get a towel. I still haven't bought the auto towels, which I really need to. Yeah, I remember I had went to this nail shop that I used to go to. This was like one of the last times I had went. And why did they have a whole toilet paper? This was way before the recession and everything. And they were using toilet paper to clean their to clean their acrylic brushes. I was like, the fuck? I was like, shit must be hard for real. Alright, so I like to use the one bead method. Oh, and you know what? I'm already messing up my nails, so let me put on my gloves. And I got these vinyl synthetic gloves, large, powder-free, latex-free, protein-free, for $9.99. No, $6.99. I gotta add it to the store. And they come with 100, and I bought me 2 because I go through these so quickly. And since I'm forcing myself to come on live no matter what is going on in my life, I just want to live in my truth, you know? I just feel so much more free when I live my truth. But whenever you're using gel products, you definitely want to have this on here. You don't, dermatitis is very real, and I do not want to ever stop using PolyGel. And a lot of the cheaper polygels aren't TPO or HEMA free, so I don't want to develop a allergy. But sometimes you'll see me, sometimes it's easier for me to grab the tip without the gloves. But alright, so I'm gonna start with the pointer this time. Like I said, this one's called Tea. So it's a real pretty nude. And for me, I do both. I use the pat and drag method. I will pat it and drag it. And if you didn't put enough polygel the first time, don't worry about it. Just lay it first. I found it that it's easier if you just lay that first layer down, then put it in the lamp, and then do another layer if you see that it needs another layer, just another bead. And I have slip solution and 91% isopropyl alcohol. Depending on how I'm feeling, I will use either one. I use the gelin um, slip solution, but I found that I like to use both, so either one works for me. But I bought a whole bunch. Girl, they had so much. They had a sale on the on the isopropyl alcohol at Dollar General, and I bought myself like 5 bottles because the slip solution was like $10 for a 20 ounce. And this one was a 32 ounce, and I got 5 of them for $3.65 at Dollar General each. Let me make sure I say each. I also want to say, like, anyone that is dealing with any unhealed trauma, if you are triggered by certain things, just try to go within and try to stay away from those things that you are triggered by. If you're not ready to go within and face those things, I don't know why, but I just feel called to say that. So I don't know who that's for, but like, I do see a lot of people, a lot of different spiritual teachers. They talk about you, like, they preach a lot about, like, basically toxic positivity. That's what I feel like it is, because if you're trying to bypass and not feel your feelings, you're not going to feel better. And it's still going to be in your subconscious. So it's better for you to try to deal with that. But if you're not ready to deal with it, then try to stay away from things that do trigger you, because you may not be ready to face those in that moment. But look for the things that make you happy. That's always going to raise your vibration. It's going to feed your soul. It's going to make you feel a lot better. I noticed that the more I fed my soul and I did things that I really enjoyed, the less I craved things that weren't healthy for me, such as substances. So it's definitely, being in treatment has definitely helped me stay clean, but also having hobbies that I can really put my time and effort into and have fun while I'm doing it, and something that I just really enjoy doing. Has helped me stay clean. And you want to look at both sides and make sure that they're nice and even. Because the better you get your application down, the less filing you have to do. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the love. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And I was so happy today because I just got my message that my mochi gel tubs have been shipped. And I was talking hella shit too. But when I saw them tubs, I was like, oh no, that is a deal. I snatched those 2 tubs real quick because my favorite color from Mochi Gel is Pink Friday and French Pink, or French Kiss is what it's called. And I saw I Really BK. She did a cream puff set from Mochi Gel, and I love that color too, but they were out of stock. So I was like, no, I'll just wait until they restock. Plus, I want to come out with my own. Well, we're coming out with our own PolyGel. And I'm super excited because I used the sample that they sent us. And from the moment I had spoke with them, I felt like they were going to be the vendor that I was going to be working with. And they had sent me the sample, and they sent me it quick too. Like, I ordered the samples last week. But I love the consistency of it. It's kind of like mochi gel, but just a little bit not as stiff, which is really good because mochi gel is not stiff at all. So, but it's not even it's just a really good consistency. Like, I love it, and it's definitely for beginners. Like, it's definitely beginner friendly. So I was really excited. I'm just going to, now when you're doing these, don't flash cure them. I'm just going to flash cure them so that I can move on quickly to the next nail without messing them up, because it's already late and I want to get these done. Let's see, I started at 10. That's why I like to have the prep done, because the prep takes about an hour. And then there's always something going on with the live, so my energy always messes with electronics so bad. I was on somebody's live today, and she had asked me if I was a priestess or a witch, or like what I consider myself. And I just started cracking up because I don't define myself by titles. But she had music playing and it just started messing up. And I was like, I'm so sorry. Every time I'm around electronics, it always acts up. And then she started getting spooked out. It was hilarious. I was like, I'm sorry. Because there wasn't that many people. I think it was like me and 2 other people. And she was like, what the hell is going on? And I was like, girl, go on my channel. You'll see how many times my freaking live I've had to restart for no reason. The damn the sound will go out. There's always some weird shit that happens. I'll move on to the next one. You want to cure these for 120 twice. But when I'm on live and especially because it's already late, I want to trying to hurry up and get through the application part. I don't want to keep putting them one by one in the lamp. So I'd rather do a flash cure on it, and then once I'm done doing the full application, then I'll put it twice in the lamp. Now this brush was thanks to Nails by Vic. Because I got so tired of using the acrylic brushes, because I wanted to use the PolyGel brushes are so small. And I don't know why they don't make them bigger, but she had found this one on Amazon, and I have been following her for a while and doing my nails while I was watching her videos. And then I saw that she had found this brush, and she said she had found it on Amazon. And as soon as I saw that episode, I was like, oh yeah, baby, that's what I'm grabbing. But I do use different types of gel brushes. It's just depending on my mood. But normally the ones that come with the sets, they are so small. Like, this is one of them. Like, look at the size of that compared. Look at these two. So sure you can see the difference. It's so much better to get the bigger one. And I have been watching so much nail content because I've seen other people just using acrylic nail brushes. I had seen some people use the French manicure brushes, and I was using that for a little bit. But this was way better for me to go ahead and use. And I decided to jump on live, even though it was late, because even if I was gonna be, even though there wasn't probably gonna be anybody on, I don't care if I was gonna be talking to myself. I would do this by myself anyways. This is what I would be doing at this time, staying awake and doing nails. So might as well jump online and make some content. And I'm really doing this just to give myself the discipline. Everything that I've ever done was always to prove to myself that I'm limitless, and anything that I put my mind to, I can accomplish. I feel like after my father had passed away, I was real angry with God and real angry with my father because he had a lot of mental health issues as well. And I felt like what he did was take the easy way out, even though he had prepared me for life to not be easy and told me that, you know, life is never going to be easy, just keep going, you know. And so when I felt like he took the easy way out, it kind of, I felt like it kind of broke my spirit. And it felt like everything he had taught me was a lie. And so it felt like my belief system was broken. And I felt broken. And I don't like that saying of, you know, even broken crayons color. I do think that, you know, if it does help you, then, you know, whatever floats your boat. If it works for you, that's great. That's awesome. But I would rather be a transformed crayon and melted, transmuted, and made into a new, brand new crayon than walking around as a broke down crayon that nobody wants to color with. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. If it resonates with you, I always say go with it. But for me, I just didn't like the saying because I really do believe that we can feel broken, but that doesn't make us broken. And feelings come and go, you know. But anyway, so like I was saying, that's why I turned on the camera twice today. I went on live to get ready so I could hold myself accountable. And then I had said that I was going to go live to do the nails, and that's what I was going to do. Like I said, you want to check both sides. Make sure you can tap it and drag it over if it's needing. have a nice apex, and they're both even. And I always say this, but I really do thank my sis, Rashida, because she really got me back into doing nails. Even my older sis, the first time she ever saw my first set of nails, she was like, "This is what you should be doing. This is what you should focus on." But I didn't want to make money off of it. And I don't know if that was like a wound that I had that I needed to heal within myself. So I just felt like everything that I ever wanted to have a passion towards, it was like I wasn't allowed to have a passion towards it unless I could make money off of it. And that really bothered me. I just wanted to be able to have a passion, and whether I made money or I could just have oh, hold on one second, because let me make sure. Now that's the good thing about the flash curing, is that it'll still make it a little bit flexible for you to get that C curve, because I realized that I did not have that C curve all the way to get there. And you can always still go back and fix it afterwards. But just do it for 30 seconds. And I'm only flash carrying this, you guys, so I can move on to the next nail. So I don't mess it up, because I have done that before where I try to do all 5 nails all at the same time and not cure it, and then it gets sticky all over the place and it turns out way more of a mess than what I wanted it to be. So I want to be done by 1 Eastern Standard Time. It's 11:40. I do try to push myself with my speed, since I literally practice every day. Because to me, this is like my meditation. This is my happy place. So being able to do my nails or nails in general, because um, I've seen a lot of people do press-ons, um, but what I found is like it's easier for me to do press-ons like this. It is more cleanup, I will not lie, but I love doing the press-on like this. And I remember I was watching. She does a lot of shorts. She doesn't do like long content. I think it's Tina Moore. She's fucking hilarious. She's like such an amazing nail content creator. All right. Sorry, y'all. So like I was saying, I was watching Tina Moore. You know, where did I put my? See, there's always some bullshit going on. I'm telling y'all. I just had my brush and then everything wanted to act a fool. I'm just gonna grab my other brush real quick. Oh, here it is. Okay. Much better. Okay, I gotta put battery on my. Alright. My bad about the stream. So anyways, I was watching Timor and she did this whole boot camp thing where she had been doing nails for such a long time, but she hadn't felt comfortable doing different different nail designs, and it just made me feel like so much better. um she gives like a lot of encouraging advices. Now if you don't like somebody that curses, don't watch her because she is fucking hilarious. And she loves to curse, but she has such a beautiful soul and she's just dope as hell. But on her shorts, one of the things that she decided to do was like I think it was like a 30-day boot camp of different nail designs that she's always wanted to try and was like nervous about trying them or wasn't Like, it was like her first time. It was something like that. And she tried them. And it just pushed me to like uh, want to just push myself harder, to not be scared to try different nail designs and not be scared of it. And like, nails for me was something that I used to always get done. It was the only thing that I didn't like do myself, because after 2010, I stopped going to get my hair done because the hair salons that I lived next to, I could not deal with the hair techs that were here. Like, they would, I don't know, the cosmetologists, whatever, however they're called, they would just do whatever they wanted to do with my hair. And so I really got into doing DIY, um, DIY or whatever, and just doing my hair myself. Because I used to get mad sometimes that I would pay $200 to get my hair done, and then it wouldn't look nothing like I wanted it, and then I would have to go home and fix it. What the hell was the point of me doing my hair if it wasn't gonna look anything like what I wanted? So I stopped doing that, and then I started doing um, my hair myself. But I had always been doing my makeup myself, my hair. Um, but I would like to get my hair done every once in a while. But then I just completely stopped because I just gave up. Like, after getting scorned so many times going to get my hair done and it not coming out the way that I wanted it to, I just stopped doing it. And I just started doing it myself. So then with the nails, that happened. And I think I told y'all in my previous live, but if you haven't seen my previous live, um, I started doing it myself because I was over. Um, this was like during the quarantine time. First of all, like, it would irritate me when I would break a nail and I would have to. I was working two jobs before that, and I would get my nails done all the time. And there were two full time jobs. I would literally work from uh, 6 to 3:30, and then I would take that half an hour to go from my other job from 4 o'clock to 12:30. I believe it was 4 to 12:30. And so whenever I had a chance to go get my nails done, I would get them done, and I would get them done every 2 weeks. But they never had, like, every time I would go get my nails done, it would never be the, uh, they had like the price at the front, um, and it would say, it's $35, $45 for a full set, $50 for long. But by the time I was done getting a fill, it had went up from, and I would get the most basic. Like I would get some long nails, just gel top coat on them, and I used to like every once in a while I would treat myself, but I'd always be worried about my bills because I would have to take care of my mom and my two kids. For the most time, I would just, that was like my one thing that I would really do for myself and spend on myself is my nails. But it would end up being like I would go there and I would want to get my toes done and my nails done, and I would end up paying $130. And this was before nail tech started charging as much as they do now. Like this was when the time when nails were still $25 for a full set, and I'm still paying $120. And I'm getting the most basic, and I'm tipping them too. So then during the quarantine time, I just got tired of it. And then the other thing that irritated me was that during the week, because I work so much, if I broke a nail, I would have to wait. And then when I would go get my nail fixed, if I had some time, the nail wouldn't look like the rest of the nails. They wouldn't remember, which I'm not trying to blame them for. Like, you know, the the nail color, they wouldn't remember what nail color it was, so it would never look the same. So, and I know that they have like they would have like thousands of customers, so I don't expect them to remember, but it was just still annoying. So learning to do my own nails was like one of the best things I could have done, because if I break my nail, I can just fix it myself. And if I don't feel like fixing it, it's because I don't feel like fixing it. But it's not because I can't get it fixed, you know? This one's taking me a little bit longer. I feel like I was thrown off when the stream went down. But most people, they go ahead and they pat it in place. I just pat and drag. Pat and drag. And I tell everyone to do what you feel comfortable with and what um Um, I'd say what actually works for you. Figure out what works for you. For me, the pat and drag method works for me. I used to love the Femi Beauty method of um, pat and drag. I mean, not pat and drag. The lazy girl method. But I really wanted to learn how to do it, how to sculpt the nails myself. And when I saw one of my favorite nail artists was long hair, pretty nails back then. She would do PolyGel, and then she came out with her own PolyGel line. I was like, oh yeah. And at that time, it was like so many polygel kits online. My cart just had blown up. Beatles wasn't out yet. Um, Dipping powder was something that was becoming a big thing. That was like my first acrylic that I had tried was dipping powder. But it did take a while for me to like learn it. And for me to do it because I wanted the long nails. So doing dipping powder on long nails takes a while. There was this one girl that I used to love to watch, and she's not on there anymore. And it was Christina Couture. And she was like real famous for doing the DIY dip acrylic set from Dollar Tree. She would use baking soda, and all her products would just be from Dollar Tree. She used dipping powder and she would make them long too. Dipping powder and nail glue. Now I'm just squeezing it. Squeezing. Because I did lower I made the temperature higher in my room. So it's making it a lot softer, which I like. Which as like the second oldest, well, the second youngest person, and my family, I felt like there was a lot of things that were put on me at a young age that I don't think was appropriate for me to be um, having to deal with. Um, did it build resilience? Yes. Um, I definitely I'm a no nonsense type of girl. Um, and like I said, like if you look at the storefront, it literally says Sarah Figueroa, the model. Um, and if you go on to the Facebook, it won't say Astrofluent Kulture because that was one of the dreams that I had was to become a model. And I just wanted to prove to myself that I could do it. And I was able to succeed at it. Which I was the craziest thing because I was approached by the Illuminati and they tried to kill me when I had turned them down. And I talk about it nonchalant because before I used to be real scared. Because my last car accident happened 2 weeks after I turned down their offer. And then that had stopped me from like, which really pissed me off when I think about it now. Like I should have never let that stop me from doing um, modeling. But I also felt like the modeling had did everything that I needed it to do for me. Like I felt like it had served its purpose. But I probably would have been in it longer had I not gotten into the bad car accident. And I just kept on going. I'm not gonna lie, like after I got into my bad car accident, I had went to the neurologist, and it was the first time that I really experienced PTSD from um, car accidents. Cause I knew I had PTSD from my previous car accident, but it wasn't as bad. This last car accident, every time I closed my eyes, I would literally relive the car accident over and over again. So, But it was a really good experience doing the modeling. I got to do a lot of things that I never experienced. A lot of people respected me. Um, in the industry because I wasn't one of the girls that would, no offense, but a lot of girls will sleep around with people just to get a gig. And I wasn't one of those people. I was very professional. I wouldn't drink on the job. Because a lot of times they would like invite you to, like, I would do acting as well. And some of the scenes were like you in the club. Well, a lot of the times when they had the scene for the club, they would literally bring, because you're going to be shooting all day long. So they would bring alcohol there. So a lot of the girls would get drunk, and you would see a lot of the girls going inside the bathroom with the directors. And I remember one of the guys, they were asking about me, like, who's her? And I could hear them like talking about me, and I was just like looking forward, and I could overhear one of the guys like asking, like, he's like, yeah, don't mess with her, like, she's not like that at all, like, she works and she leaves. And I felt very proud of that because I wanted to be taken seriously. I didn't want to have anybody just look at me and just think that I wanted this part in this um, series, in this show, in this movie that they were doing. There was a lot of indie movies that we did. And what was so crazy is that a lot of the girls that would sleep with the directors, they would not even get paid. I would always leave with a check. Like, they would call us at the end of the night, right? At the end of the night, when it was time, let's say we had been shooting all day. So, like, at the end, if we was only doing one day of shooting, it was just depending on how they paid you. Since they were smaller roles, they would let you know like how they were going to pay you. They're going to pay you if you have so many lines, because I was doing the work in Florida, so there's no like tax credits or anything like that that they get for doing movies here. So a lot of times they would just tell you ahead of time, like, hey, we're going to pay you this and this much on your first day, and then the rest on your last day. And if it was like a real short scene, then they would just let you know, like, okay, at the end of the day, we'll pay you at the end of the night. And it was so crazy because you would see a lot of the times when we would finish the scenes, the girls that were only there for the same amount of time that I was there did the same amount of scenes as me. They would not be they would leave from there, and I would always think that they were leaving to follow us to go get paid. But where we were going, we would end up either going to like to like the office, like the main office that they were renting out. Um, or sometimes we would go to the Airbnb house where they had most of their production equipment at to pay us. And it was so crazy because they would follow, and I'm flash carrying this again only because it's just so that I can go ahead and not mess it up while I do the last one. But yeah, so anyways, a lot of the girls that were there that were sleeping with the directors that had the same amount of scenes as me, I would think that they were leaving because they were leaving at the same time as me. They would not show up at where we were getting paid. We would all come and go get our check, and they would not get paid. And I just thought that was so wild. I could not believe that they had slept with the director. And I could only imagine that he had been putting in their heads that they were going to get this and that. You know, because a lot of them directors, they be trying to gas your head up. And, oh, I'm going to put you in this movie. Don't worry. Da, 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 da. I got you, just so that they can get some kitty cat, and then once they get that from you, they don't even feel like they have to pay you. So after I saw that shit, I wouldn't let nobody play with me. Like, don't even think that you can even. I even get down like that. I was like real feisty. And I had like my kids at home too, so I wanted them to like be really proud of me. And not to anybody else that does what they do, you know, and get where they are from, you know, doing whatever. Hey, get it how you get it. Like, I'll never hate. But for me, it was like, I didn't want my kids to ever look at me and feel like I got the positions that I got in these movies and these shows because, you know, as they got older, they would find out like, oh, it was because she might have done this and da da da. And when they did get older, I told them the truth. Like, yeah, there's a lot of people that will want to try you and think that they can think that you will do anything for a part, and depending on how naive they think you are, they'll play on that. And that's why, like, Harvey Weinstein got away with all his shit because, you know, he was one of those people that did come through on his. He would put them in those movies, but you had to do something strange to get that. Even though the person already had the talent, like half of the people that he did so much dirty shit to, had so much talent, and they would have still they still would have made it big because they had the talent. But he was like a little gatekeeper, a little bastard. I'm not gonna say rest in peace. I think he passed away. I don't want to say rest in peace if he did. And I'm a very spiritual person that believes that people are here to do certain things, even when it comes to bad things. I do believe that they have a mission that they're supposed to do. I also believe that there is duality and there are demons that can take over people's bodies. But there is free will. And he had free will to not do people like that, and he used his power just like P. Diddy. And yo, when the Illuminati had approached me, like the recruiter, this was before my gifts had came in. And I have been asking like so many questions. I did not want to just go into blindly, and they literally try to make you feel so they try to make you feel at home and feel like you can still do whatever you want, but it's like the mob. It's like the mob, and it's like the army as well. Like, the first thing that they told me was that, like, this comes before anything. If your child, if your family is sick, if a family member passes away, sometimes you won't be able to come. And I was like, what? So if my child is sick and I'm supposed to be here doing a job, I can't cancel that? And he was like, nope. And then he was like, but isn't that worth you going after your dreams? Because if you're going after your dreams, you can't give up opportunities. It was like a lot of manipulation, and I just didn't feel right doing it. So I was like, nope, I'm not going to go ahead and join this shit. And what really turned me the fuck off about it was that there was this one day he had he was talking to me, and he was telling me that if I was comfortable with doing rituals, he was like, there's a lot of rituals that you have to do behind closed doors, and a lot of prayer. You're allowed to pray to what you want to pray to, but you're not allowed to speak about who you pray to. And so I thought that was kind of weird when he at first brought it up. Yeah, and I'm still doing the drag and pat. But so anyways, after that I was like, so what they offered me was $450,000 yearly. And that wasn't including the contracts that I would get. That was just what I would get paid no matter what $450,000 yearly. And he was like, you receive, your check every month. We take care of everything else. So basically, they would take care of like my housing, all of that stuff. Like they would buy me a new house, new car, everything. And then they would make sure that I would have like the best contracts in the industry. But as I'm sitting in the car and he's talking to me about it, he's showing me like, because he saw like I still had reservations about it, and I still hadn't made the decision. And I was like, nah, and I was still leaning more towards no than I was yes. So when he was trying to show me something on his phone, oh, he was showing me his bank account of how much he gets paid every, um, like when his payment, every month, um, and how it comes in. And that's not even what his contract, like, that's just what he gets paid. That's not what he gets paid through his contract with, like, any other contracts with music, um, movies, anything like that. That was just what he gets paid for being part of the Illuminati and doing the rituals and, that stuff, whatever they ask you to do. And so, as he was showing me his calendar, it was like God was right there. Out of nowhere, his calendar pops up, and he was trying to show me, like how many days out of the week you have to go um, for like, how many times you have to go to like the rituals. And then there was schooling that you had to, like classes that you had to take for things that you have to learn to be in the Illuminati and stuff like that. And his calendar pops up, and it says demonology. And as soon as I saw demonology on his phone, and I don't give a fuck if he ever looks at this, because y'all motherfuckers cannot fuck with me. I'm so protected. I'm not scared of y'all. Y'all tried to kill me once and it did not work. And I know y'all was pissed about that. But anyways, yeah, on his phone it showed demonology, and it was on a Thursday that he had to go to class. And he was like, oops. And then he was like, don't worry about that. That's just he tried to like cover it up and try to say like, you have to learn both like about the light and the dark. And I was like, yo, that shit don't make no sense to me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Mm-mm. And so I didn't, after that, um I try to play it off cool, but I knew like I was not going to do it. Like I was like, fuck that. I'm not joining. And I didn't have like I had spiritual gifts, but not the type of spiritual gifts that I have now. What actually got me talking to him was the fact that he had known so much about my family, my bloodline. And I kept on asking him, like, why would you want me out of all people? I didn't understand that. It just didn't make no sense. But now that I'm awake and I know how powerful I am, I understand why they wanted to use me. They wanted me to be doing a lot of the rituals behind the closed doors and working with certain entities. And I that's why a lot of people that join the Illuminati, they end up going fucking crazy and shit. Yeah, I was not having that. I was like, nope. And what really tripped me out too is that, like, he knew things that, like, it didn't really make sense that he knew. He knew about my first son passing away. He knew about my grandmother. He knew about me being um, raped, raped at a young age. All right, since it's the last nail, hold on, cause it fell. I got lint on it. Let me take off the lint because I don't want it to cure and then have the lint on. So anytime that happens, make sure you get all the lint off. Make sure you clean up the sides. There's some lint right there. I don't. But it's like the most irritating part is when it cures and you have lint. And then it's stuck in the PolyGel. So you want to make sure that you get all the lint out. Bring this just a little bit closer. closer of what I'm doing. I'm still new to this, guys. So sorry, I'm still learning. Everybody has to start from somewhere. But yeah, it was so crazy though. He had known so many things that I would have never known that he knew. Like I said, I was great at 13. Nobody knew that except for people that I went to school with, and I never even told people at school about that because the person had told me that they were going to um, he had told me that if I told anybody what happened, that he would tell everybody that I was a liar, that I was a whore, and he would have everybody like um, flip on me. And he did that anyways. He was such a motherfucker. Like, he did that anyways. He told everybody by the time I went back to school. Um, Even though I did not say anything, he had told everybody that I was acting like he had raped me, and that was not what happened. And I was sitting there at school, and I was 13 at the time. This was my first year in high school. I ain't know shit. He was a fucking predator. He wasn't even in high school. He would just come, and he would only come and hang out, but everybody was so in love with him because he was a popular dude, and I guess he couldn't let go of his how popular he was in high school, that he would still come to try and hang out at school when everybody got out. So he had paid me a little bit of attention. But anyways, I don't even want to get all into that. But so getting back to the Illuminati, so when he brought that up and he was like, I know about this and I know this happened to you. Um, I just couldn't believe it because I was like, how the fuck do you know about this? At the time, I was 30, 32, 33 years old. No, no, I was actually like 36. Yeah, I was 36. And and he just knew so much shit about me. It made no sense. He knew about my family. He knew about everything that I had been through. He knew about my first child dying when I was 16. Um, and he had told me that I had a very special bloodline. Um, and I didn't. He had told me about my grandmother, that my great great grandmother was part of um she was a part of something, not of the Illuminati, but she was part of something, and she was like a grand high she was considered like a grand high priestess, grand high witch or some shit like that. I don't know. I tried to ask my mom about it, and my mom said she didn't know about that. She said that she knew about stories from her mom that she would tell her. but she didn't know like a lot. Her mom didn't tell her a lot of things about that. But he just knew a lot of shit that it just didn't make no sense that he knew. And so after that, after I saw the demonology shit, I was like, hell no, I'm not joining. And it still bothered me that, like, even though he had said, like, it had to do with, like, my bloodline, I still didn't understand why me, out of all people. Um, okay, so now that I'm on the last fingernail, I'm going to go ahead and put it uh, in the dryer. And I'm gonna do it for 120 minutes for the LED. But yeah, it was just so crazy because I just didn't expect that shit. And I was like, nope, I'm not doing that shit. Like, it was not going to happen. So I ended up not doing it, and it was so crazy. I get a call, like, he was like, are you sure it's a no? He's like, I'm gonna give you some time to think about it. He's like, you know too much now. And I was like, he was like trying to like scare me. And back then I was like a daredevil, so like you couldn't scare me. Um and so like a week later he tries to call me again, and he's telling me like, yo, you're getting me, he tried to make me feel bad. He was like, getting me into a lot of trouble, like I told you a lot of things that you shouldn't have known. And in my head I was like, I don't give a fuck, like, so what? Like, nobody told you to tell me all that stuff. You was trying to recruit me, and um I didn't say yes yet. You didn't have to tell me all the things that you did tell me. So I was like, fuck that. I'm not going to be feeling bad. All right, so I did it for 120. I'm going to do it again for 120 again on the LED lamp. So after that, um, like I said, he tried to like scare the shit out of me, and that didn't help because that only pissed me off even more. Because you trying to scare me is only going to piss me off. You're not going to scare me into doing anything. That's not going to fly with me at all. I'm not one of those people that you can scare and then I'm going to be like, I had been through so much shit already in life, so I was like, fuck that. You're not going to scare me into doing shit. And so, all right, so we only got 60 more minutes, and then we'll start filing, and um, then we'll start going into the design. So yeah, so then after he had tried it and told me that, um, oh, I told you too much. He tried to like there was so much manipulation because he was getting me jobs on top of that. He had gotten me a lot of jobs, and he had told me like, oh well, all these bookings that you're getting, they're gonna slow down now. Just to let you know, just be prepared for that. And he was trying to make it seem like I never did any of the work. Um, like I didn't accomplish it by myself. And I was like, yeah, so you got me a couple jobs and everything else like that. But that doesn't mean that I still didn't get to where I was by myself. So, anyways, a week later, he's blowing up my phone and he's telling me that he got in trouble um, for because he had told them, supposedly he had told them that I was a for sure yes. And I told him, I don't know why you told them that, because I had told you I wasn't sure. I still had reservations about it. And I was still asking you a lot of questions. And so he was trying to manipulate me and all that bullshit. And I was still like, no, that's not going to work. And then a week later, after he was blowing me up, then I get a weird ass text message from a woman. Hold up. We need to take off the tacky layer. Because if you don't take off the tacky layer before you start, so after you put this in the LED lamp, to go ahead and this needs a little bit more, but I'm not going to even worry about that one because I'm going to make that complete. I'm going to do it a little bit different so we can hurry up and get through this set. But anyways, when you put it in the LED lamp, you definitely want to clean this off and scrape off the tacky layer, because if not, it's going to make it it's going to make it harder for you to go ahead and scrub off the to take off the, it's going to mess up your bits. Just put it that way. So you want to take off the tacky layer so you don't have to worry about that, because one thing I used to do was just go straight into filing with PolyGel, and I didn't take off the tacky layer first. And I noticed I would use so much more of my sanding bits instead of just scrubbing off the tacky layer. So anyways, getting back to him, right? So he just kept on going with the bullshit and trying to tell me that I wasn't going to be, that something bad was going to happen to me. Well, he was insinuating that. He said that, like, you know too much, and what happens is basically, like, I can't stop what's going to happen from here on out. And to me, that was like, okay, like, let it be then. Like, all right, I'm gonna switch out this one and put in the 120 sanding bit. I know a lot of people use 80 or 100. I like to use the 120 on the sanding bits. So I do have like the 180, 100, and the 240. So I like to use the 240. I'm sorry, I meant 240. And The reason why I like to use the 240 is because it doesn't leave you deep scratches. I noticed when I use the 180, it will leave you deep scratches. So I like to use the 240 sanding bit instead. So yeah, so then I get a phone call so I get a text, well, I get a phone call. At this point, I was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm not going to be doing modeling anymore. I don't know if he's going to be showing up. I don't want any weird shit. And I just didn't feel like having more drama, and he was just trying to make me scared, and I was just like, I'm not playing with none of this, because I needed to take care of my family, so it didn't make no difference to me to go back to work go back to working a regular job. I'll do whatever for my family. So I went back to work a regular job, and so he was like, so you've already made your choice, huh? And I had told him, I was like, I don't understand how you don't get, I already told you the answer was no. And he was like, I've been trying to tell you, like, I'm trying to help you because you know too much. And I was like, I don't care. Like, the answer is no, I'm not doing it. So then I get a phone call from a weird Florida number, and that's where I live, in Florida. And so I didn't answer the phone because I was at work. So I saw the phone call come through, but I had a bad feeling already when I saw the phone call. But I still wasn't going to answer it anyways because I was still at work, so I wasn't going to answer. And so I'm just going ahead and making sure that the sides are even and we're snatching up the sides. So yeah, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to do whatever you say, like, whatever. And so yeah, oh yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm off track. So the woman and it was a woman. The only reason why I say that is because I got a weird phone number, right? And so then I didn't answer the phone because I was working and I was on the floor, and I was working for a Christian place, a Christian insurance company. And they had, so I couldn't answer the phone or whatever. I came out of training and I had already hit the floor, so I couldn't answer it. And so then I get this weird ass text message from this fucking weirdo, and she's like, I'm the I'm the grand high I'm the grand high um, priestess in the southern regions, and I was told that you had declined the offer, and she was like, I'll give you a half an hour to change your mind. So I was like, bitch, are you stupid? Like, I'm not changing my mind for shit. And then I'm working at a Christian place, so I was like, I'm definitely gonna be worried about shit. I was working 2 jobs. I literally had just quit like modeling altogether and just went right back to what I was doing before, and I was working at um, a, a Christian health insurance company, and then I was working at eBay at night. So, anyways, um, she ends up saying that bullshit to me, trying to get me scared. And so, now mind you, at the time I had this friend, um, I would say she was my best friend, but I learned in time, like, you just can't be calling people your best friend. Like, people are not your best friends. Like, they don't have the best interest of heart. When I tell you, I was telling her all of, she knew everything that was happening. From the text messages, from the dude that was like from the offer. She kept on telling me, take the offer, this could change our lives. Like, oh my God. And I was like, bitch, you take the offer. Like, and she was like, I would take the offer if it was me. But they didn't offer it to me, they offered it to you. And I was like, exactly, so don't tell me to take an offer that I don't want to take an offer for. Now, was it tempting? Hell yeah, it was tempting. That's why I talked to the guy so much and asked so many questions. I'm not going to act like that shit was not tempting. $450,000, not including what they're going to, that's a yearly salary of what they're going to give me. That's not including what I'll be making as a model. I would get that regardless. So hell yeah, that was something. But my best friend had kept on saying, like, even when I told her about homeboy writing me, she even tried to tell me about, like, girl, that's a lot. Like, you need to be, she was manipulative as fuck too. She was like, girl, you need to be careful. You probably should take it. But I knew she only wanted me to take it so that she could benefit from it. Because I was such a giving person at the same way. Like, so that was just more of her just wanting to ensure that she was, because I was such a loyal person, like there was no way that I was going to go up and not take her with me, you know. And she knew that, so she wanted me to take the offer. Yeah, I'm just crisping up the speakers. But yeah, so she wanted me to take the offer, and I was still like, no. And I just found it so weird how quick she was to, like, she wasn't listening to my reservations about it. All she was thinking about was the money. Which was like real baffling to me because I was like, do you think that you're going to get some of this money? But I don't think it was that. She just knew that I wouldn't leave her behind. Um, and so, anyway, so yeah, and then, um, so the woman, she ends up telling me, she sends me a text message and she's like, this is the grand high, blah, 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 something like that. And she's like, so I guess that you made your, I gave you half an hour. I gave you all the time you needed. You know too much information. Whatever happens from here, happens from here. And so I had my ex, he was actually working at the same place that I was working at. And so I show it to him, and I'm like, look at this crazy shit, because I know nobody's going to fucking believe me. And I had told him about the offer. And when he saw the message, his mouth dropped. And he was like, yo, that shit is real? And I was like, yeah, this shit is fucking real. I told you, like, they have literally been trying to recruit me. And I used to think it was like a whole conspiracy. I didn't know if that shit was real until it actually happened to me. But then a week later, I'm on my way home from my second job. It was about 2 weeks later. Yeah, it was about 2 weeks later. Um, and I get off at 12 o'clock, the same time that I always get off. And, well, it was 12 or 12:30. And I jump on the highway. It was always my routine. And out of fucking nowhere, there is this car that is just sitting in the middle of the road with no lights on. Middle of 95, no lights on. And by the time I see him, because it's late at night and there wasn't that many lights in that area that he was in, he was still inside the car. He never pushed the car out of the lane or anything. He said that he had the emergency lights on, but he didn't. Thank you for the likes. Hi. Hi, Kayla, Lasha. Don't forget to like, subscribe. Yeah, I'm pushing myself, y'all. I am definitely pushing myself. I really want us to get to at least 5,000 subscribers. And I want to make sure that we get monetized. Our goal is to get monetized by April. And I'm trying to go live as much as possible. But yeah, so then, okay, so now we've cleaned this off. We're gonna go ahead and clean off the rest and scrub these. Let me get this up here because I don't know how I got you dirty, girl. This is Natalia. But yeah, so then I see the car, the closer I got, like by the time I saw him, and thank God I wasn't going the my um normal speed. I would probably be going like 80 miles an hour just to get home. Uh, even though I ain't gonna lie, even though the speed limit was 70, I would be probably going 80. And it was so crazy because my spirit had told me to take it easy on my way home that day. And I just felt it in my gut. And so that's what I did. I slowed down. And because I was only going 65 miles an hour, I hit him at 35 because I slammed on the brakes by the time I saw him. And he was at a dead stop. No lights on. He still claims he had the lights on, but his battery was dead. So he was full of shit. So yeah, so anyways, and I had told him that, you know, we're gonna snatch the sides in a little bit more to give it more of a flare look. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the likes, guys. Don't forget to subscribe. Guys, I try to get on here as much as possible. I'm trying to be as consistent as possible. I do want to snatch up the sides a little bit more. I'm going to change out the bit because the ceramic bit will always snatch up the sides a little bit better. There's another bit that will snatch up the sides, but it's really good for when you're doing stiletto. Not really for like duck nails. So we're going to use the ceramic bit to snatch up the sides and give it more of a flared look. And this bit will always get your sides snatched up. With the duck nails. I want my C-curve a little bit snatched up. A little bit more. A little bit higher. So yeah, he had tried me on that. So anyways, so yeah. So the guy was like, Um, oh, I was sitting here when the cop. So when I hit him at 45. Well, at 35 miles an hour. It was either 35 or 45 miles an hour. And so I flew into the trees, but I didn't hit a tree like head on. But I flew into like the bushes. And if you ever seen like 95, there's like bushes right on the side. Um, and so do you see how it's snatching in the sides? I want to give it more of a flared look. And the ceramic bit will always give you uh, a more snatched up look with the duck nails. And there's different names they have for it. They call them the duck nails. They call them the mermaid tails. So yeah, so when I hit him at, like I said, 45 miles an hour. And he had came out the car stumbling over. And to be honest, I'm not gonna even lie, this may sound terrible, but I did not feel bad for him because it just pissed me off that he had his there was no light. Like, I was literally paying attention to the road. I was coming home from work. I wasn't coming home from the club. I wasn't on my phone. I wasn't doing anything but paying attention to the road. And there was nobody the um, on the road. So he came out the car, and first he came out the car like everything was fine, and he was like, "Hey, are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then as soon as the ambulance came, he started. Then that's when he started stumbling and making a show. And I was just like, okay, you know what? Maybe you are hurt, but it's just a coincidence that you were just perfectly fine. But yet I'm the one that's fucked up. And I will not lie, when I jumped out of the car, I was so angry. I like screamed up at God, and I was like, why am I still here? I was so upset as to this was my fifth fucking accident. And out of 5 car accidents, only one of them were my fault. And 5, I totaled the cars, okay? Like, the cars were totaled. So it really pissed me off. I was just like, and I had friends that had passed away. I had my little brother Carl that passed away from a car accident. My father passed away from a car accident. Blunt force trauma to the head and neck. Same thing happened to my little brother. Um, And so I was just so angry as to like why I was still alive after all of this. And yeah, so that was like pretty crazy. And I knew when I had gotten home that they had tried to take my life. And they couldn't do shit about it because I was protected. Because what was so crazy was when I literally felt like it felt like titanium wings come over, like came across me when I hit the car. It was like as soon as I hit the car, I just felt these wings come over me, but it literally felt like titanium wings that came over me. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I don't care. It's true. And when I got out the car, even the officer, the EMT, they could not believe that I was okay. And they had asked me, did I need the ambulance? And I was like, yeah. Because I was worried that I was like internally bleeding. Well, I wasn't worried, but I was like, let me just make sure I'm not internally bleeding. Because the first thing I did was like I checked my whole body and make sure like all my limbs were there. I wasn't missing anything. And once I checked sure, like once I like tapped myself down and made sure everything was there. I was like, all right. And then that's when I screamed at God and I was like, why am I still here? But the officer, like, they all came. First, the guy came up to me, like I said, he was perfectly fine. And then when the ambulance came, he started stumbling around everywhere. And I was like, okay, you're doing a whole ass show. Um, and then after that, the okay, so we snatched him up pretty good. Alright, I'll just go to look at now. Let me select a little bit more. And so anyways, let's clean these up. Now they're all nice and snatchy up. And I want it to be done by 1. That's not gonna happen, so. But don't try and rush yourself, especially when you're starting off. You want to make sure. A lot of these girls will literally say, a lot of the people that I follow that are really that have been doing like nail content and they have a lot of followers, they will literally say I was doing these nails for 19 hours. I'm like, how did you even get the content? So right now I'm just trying to discipline myself enough to make sure I go on live on a regular basis and put up content. I feel like this one needs still a little bit on the side. So we're gonna clean that one up just a little bit more. But yeah, so the cops came, they couldn't believe that I was alive. And then that's when it started hitting me like, these motherfuckers try to kill me. They really tried it. They really tried to kill me. And from there, I just completely stepped out of modeling. I felt like it did serve its purpose, and then I went into a deep depression because after I went to the neurologist. When I went to the neurologist, the neurologist had told me if I get into another car accident, it's going to be my last. I'm not going to make it. And so that messed with me really bad. And all I could think about was I wasn't back with my kid's father, my honey, my husband. So all I could think about was how are they going to live without me? Like, they're not going to survive without me. I was the breadwinner in the house. I took care of my mom and my 2 kids. So I ended up going, I stayed in bed for a month. I had to take leave from work. And my doctor, he had really like gotten on my case and told me, so we're gonna do I want to do the glitter. Wait, what should I do first? I want to do the glitter's faster, but I had so much fun doing the nail art. So we're gonna, or the notebook paper nail art. So we're gonna do that first. Alright, so we're using Johnson gel nail polish, color B09. And my Beetles white. Where are you? And I might change up the design a little bit because have these ones already done, and I have these black ones that are so freaking cute, and I really want to use these. Yeah, so I think we're gonna do a little bit. I think we're gonna do the note paper on these two, and then do black. Wait, should I do that? No, because I said I was going to recreate these. Okay, let me not do that. We'll save these for the next ones. But these are so cute. Okay, these are the ones that we're going to use today. But I'm going to do this one a little bit different. Go ahead. Oh, no. First thing you want to do, always want to do first, is grab your base gel. And I'm going to do the first 3. I'm going to do all of these in base coat and then do matte top coat so that it's easier. For the nail polish to go on. One of my other favorite artists that I like to watch is the nail bender. I would love to get as fast as him. Let's take like a 10 client nail day. And I was like, yo, how did he get all that done? And he does like crazy. He's called the nail bender. But he only does shorts too, which kind of stinks. Well, I like watching longer videos, especially when I'm doing nails. But yeah, so then, yeah, they tried to kill me, and I stayed in bed. And then that friend disappeared out of my life once I didn't take the... There's a long story behind that I don't even want to talk about. She wasn't a friend. And um, but my other homegirl, Jamila, um, she had told me like, girl, take take the deal. And because I had told her about it, she's like, why'd you take the deal? And I was like, girl, I told her what happened, and she was like, nah, girl, don't take that deal. If you didn't feel called to do it, if you didn't feel like that was good for you, you shouldn't have done it. And I told her what happened with my friend at the time, and she was like, nah, she wasn't your friend. She just wanted to. She was like, nah, she wasn't your friend. She only wanted to reap the benefits of being your friend. And I was like, yep, I had already known that. So, yeah, it was pretty crazy though. That was a crazy time. I really did not expect it to be as wild as it was. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have so many crazy stories. Like, people would not even believe it. So, I'm letting it sit for 60 seconds. Okay. Look how beautiful and glossy they look. Okay. So, I'm not going to add the top coat until after we add the white. Alright, this is when I'm going to get quiet, y'all. Let me turn on some music. Hold on. I don't want y'all like just having to sit here in silence. Let's see. I have to hold my breath during a lot of this, so I'm going to stay quiet. when you're doing the line work, it's really good for you to hold your breath, or at least just be quiet. Yeah, and I just want to build my community up so that we can be doing our nails together. Obviously, I don't expect y'all to be doing your nails with me at this time. Well, depending on where you are in the world. I just got a new cleanup brush for the French manicure that just came from Shein, and it was $1. So I kind of messed up my little manicure, my little part right here. So I'm just gonna dip a little bit of this and alcohol. And just clean that up just a little bit. Ooh, and it got it perfectly. Okay. And check the sides. Make sure they're nice and covered. And this is where you can really lose the shape. So you do want to make sure that even when you're adding, that it's not taking away from the shape. Okay, I'm gonna put it in here. I'm gonna do a 30-second cure. No, actually, I'm gonna do a full cure because I do want to. No, you know what? We're gonna do a 30-second cure, so that I can do the other two Frenchies. Now, when your Frenchies can't look identical, at least they'll look like fraternal twins. Or at least cousins. Kind of like your eyebrows, you know? Okay, they don't look like twins. They barely look like fraternal twins. But, sorry. Just want to keep practicing and trust the process. Because this one, I think I'm going to make it a little bit different. Anyways, since the French is not completely Frenching like the other one. So we're gonna leave it like that. Okay, I'm such a perfectionist. We're gonna leave it alone. Put that in there. Take this. Now let's try and make these two fraternal twins. So I got this French manicure cleanup tool from Shein for $1.25, something like that. It was so worth it. I don't need it to be perfect. I just want it to look like cousins. As you can see, I'm still trying to perfect my Frenchies. I'm trying to perfect my Frenchies. Now this art brush I got, it's on my Amazon storefront. And add a pin to the comment. They are art done. And they are so worth the money. It's only $6.99. The white that I'm using is the Beatles white. I could use the Johnson, but it was closer to me, so. That's as good as it's gonna get. Put it in the dryer for 60 seconds. I love this little palette. Alright, and then we're gonna start doing we're gonna add the matte top coat to it, because if you don't add the matte top coat to the white, then when you add the blue lines to it, it's gonna get lumpy and they're not gonna be straight. So we're gonna add blue up here. Now, what's that on here? Okay, so we're gonna add the matte top coat, and the matte top coat helps to get the little lumpies out of there. Gets it nice and flat. You can always do a second coat of white. I'm gonna see how it goes after we put in the matte on here. But because it's gonna be in the background, I don't want to do too much of the white. because we have to do stacking, nail art stacking, and when you're doing nail art stacking, you want to make sure that it is able to cure all the way through. And I noticed when I did 2 coats the first time I did it, it messed up the red line, which I don't want to happen again. So that's why I like to do it off camera first, so I can see what I don't what I can change when I go on camera. Like if there's any mistakes that I made, then I know not to do it when I go on live. Still want to make sure that your lines are nice and crisp on the side. Yeah, it's so funny. My daughter was a baby and this song came out. This was her favorite song. She wasn't a baby, she was like maybe 5. She was a baby. But come on, honey used to get so mad, like, how she know that song? Like, where do you think she learned it from? I'm playing music when I'm driving them. Yeah. I wasn't listening to no damn Kids Bop. My foot. The heavy. Like my girl. Zule says, what the hell? I'm gonna use the Johnson red for the red. Ooh, the ladies look crispy. Okay. So now we're gonna do a line. I made these ones more college rules and these ones more wide rules. Now we're gonna keep it college rules. Actually, no, we're not. Let me see. I'll put one right here. Nope. Alright, so we're gonna have to wipe that off, but it's alright. Don't get frustrated when you have to wipe things off. Just start over. It's okay. We're gonna leave it college rules. I wanted to do wide rules, but I like the way that the college rules look better. When I say college rules, I mean college rule paper. You know how it has like thin paper lines. The lines are like a little bit thinner. When you're doing the line work, trying to make sure that it is a straight and not like pulling at the front. You see how it can pull to the front? You want to try and make it as straight as possible so that it doesn't pull like that. Just pull up. This is always my favorite part, is doing the nail art. Like I said, you don't want it to pull up. You want to make sure that it's straight. Because if you leave it on the brush too long, it's going to start pulling. You're going to see. It'll start pulling up on that side, on the tip of it. So you just want to have it straight through. That one I lost control on. You know what, I'm going to leave it open because that's what I did on the last one so that I can have that open spot to put the XO on it. Alright, so then we're going to take this. Oops. Put it in before we start on the next finger because we want to make sure that we got both of these ones done. And there was such a cute trick that I had saw one of the girls use to make it look like you kissed the paper. And you want to do it at least for 60 seconds because when you put the matte top coat, you want to make sure that those lines are nice and um, cured. So when you put the matte type top coat on it, it's not going to smudge. Ooh, 2:22 on the clock. I said I wanted to be done by 1. That is not going to happen. Alright, so we're going to move on to the next finger. Like I said, you want to make sure that it's not pulling. When I say pulling, you don't want the gel to be pulling all the way at the tip. You want it to be nice and even all the way through. So you get a nice crisp line across. On the nail art, I have some music playing. Playing better silent. Now, whenever that happens and it splits like that, just dip it all the way back in. The gel is going to bring it back together. And we're doing PolyGel. Just clean it up. So it's good to have these little manicure brushes. A piece of lint right there. Oh, this one. Let me try and fix this one. Okay. Now we're gonna do the same thing. We're done with the two ones that we're going to be the paper, the notebook papers. I think we're gonna do the black hearts. And this one. Yeah, then we're gonna do the black hearts on this one. Maybe. I don't know, we'll see. Remember, you want to make sure that you leave it in there for 60 seconds so that it doesn't pull up. Okay. Now we're going to add the matte top coat. Because if you try to add the red on top of this, it's going to be lumpy. I'm just doing this to make sure that it's fully cured. This is a way to like check it so that when you add the top coat, it doesn't smudge everywhere. I learned that the first time I tried this line art. get the lid off. Not want it to get stuck. See, there's some lint right there. I'm just doing this just to make sure that there is no smudging, that it carried all the way through. Don't forget to like, subscribe, let you know when I'm on here. I'm forcing myself out of my comfort zone. Alright, so we're doing the matte top coat so that it actually doesn't have the lumps when we add the red line to it to make the notebook paper. And then we'll add the words to it. I think I'm going to make these ones a little bit more simple than the other ones. I'll probably do like the EXO and like tic-tac-toe. So we're going to add the red. to give it that lined paper look. Clean off your nail art brush. And you're just going to do a straight line. From the top to the bottom. And now you got the effect. I'm going to add it to the other one. Now we got that one. Put that in there for 30 seconds. You don't have to do a full cure on that one. And then I want to add, when I'm adding the what's it called? The the stars to it, or the glitter, any type of glitter. I use one pop of clear builder gel. I just noticed that it's a lot easier. Okay, so we're gonna add the XO. Let's do the XOXO. What I'm going to do, now this stuff right here always freaks me out when I'm doing the letters. I'm like, oh. Alright, let's do the I love you. And you want to do the same thing. You don't want to let it pull up. You don't want the gel to pull, because if it does like a little pull at the top, it's not going to look like a letter. It's going to look funny and lumpy. And I found it easier for me to do letters in capital. I'm hoping to get it to the point that I can do cursive, but I gotta keep practicing. I'm gonna do the same thing. Don't let it pull up. If it starts pulling, then the line is not gonna look right. It's not going to look like the same amount of gel was used. It's not gonna look like if somebody wrote it. You know, you want it to look like somebody used the same pen to write. And that's what I found was like the key of doing letters was not letting the gel pool at the tip. And after I've seen so many people, so many nail artists do letters, they've never talked about that. And then you see right there, see if you can see it better. Let me bring it into the light. It says, I love you. Alright. Now you can go back over it just to make sure that it's a little bit darker, but you just don't want to overdo it. You want to make sure that they're all the same size and they're all the same thickness. The biggest thing is not letting the gel polish pull at the tip of your nail art brush, which I wish I would have heard more nail artists talk about. But to be honest, I don't really see a lot of nail artists that do like letter work unless it's like really thick. So I guess if you're making them thick like that, that's not a big deal. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna add the XO. Let me see. Put XO right here. I want to keep on going. So I'm gonna flash cure this so I can keep on going with the next one. Okay, so this was so dope. So I saw one of the nail artists, what she did was she used this right here to make the lips, and then when you put it on the paper, it looks like you kissed the paper, which is so freaking adorable. So we're going to do the same thing. While that is curing, I'm going to add the gel polish there. I want to make sure that it's nice and wet all over, that you can see the glossiness, because the sponge is going to soak it up. Now you take this and just put it right there. And it only did a little bit. Now, whenever that happens, you can always go back in and outline it yourself. There you go. Flash cure it again. I'm going to add some more to it. Because it only took a little bit. You definitely got to put a lot more on it, because the sponge is going to soak it up. I'm trying to do it quickly too. Okay. I have another one. Let's just put one right here. Damn it. And I moved, like my hands shake. Ugh, sucks. But you can always fix it. That's a good thing. Just outline it again. And you can clean it up. I'm going to take this little Frenchy brush to clean up the sides. And clean up the middle right here. You still got the lips. Now we're gonna hurry up and cure that. And then you can always use this as such a cute little trick. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like. I messed it up, but you can just do the line because when I mushed it like that, it messed up the line. But you can always just do it again on the other side, and you just do the outline of the heart. I mean, of the lips. And you color that in right there. Make sure it's nice and crisp. Because that right there is going to give you the effect on the paper. And this is why a lot of nail content creators do not stream, because they spend so much time doing this. And this is like what actually goes on. And you see how you can keep it like that? And that can be your stamp, and every time you use it. But whenever you're doing your own stuff, just don't compare yourself to anybody else, because you're watching a video that took somebody Like if you watch Nails by Vic, she'll say like these nails took me 19 hours. But the video is only an hour long. You know, so if you try to compare yourself, you're going to like set yourself up for failure. So try not to do that. Now we're gonna add the hearts. The hearts are so adorable. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna add the lips first. Let's do the heart. I don't know. Some people say this is cheating. I'm like, okay. I think it's easier. It's there for a reason. I'll add the heart right here. That's why I wasn't really worried too much about this looking perfect. About the French looking perfect, because I know I was going to add this. And then we're going to add, let's see, which one did I use? This one. Cherry teeth. I don't think so. Okay, so we're going to use the top. Yeah, so that's the one that I used. But so that it matches with the rest, we're going to make them red. And I like doing it like that because then you have the 3D effect, because when you add the red on top of it, it's going to make it look as like 3D. And we're going to add the cherries. I'm going to use the bigger cherries. Don't forget to like, subscribe. I'm really pushing myself to come on here no matter what. I'm tired of making myself promises that I can't keep. But I can make promises to everybody else and make sure that I'm there for everybody else. And I don't keep the promises to myself. Alright, so we did the I love you. Now I'm just going to do some XO here. And the biggest thing is not letting it pull up. If you let it pull up like this, it's not going to, you want it to just have a straight line. So we're going to do the tic-tac-toe. whenever you're doing the nail art like this, that's the biggest thing, is making sure that you don't let it pull at the top. But this is in real time what it's like to do these nails. Because these half an hour videos is not, they're dope to watch, but it's just not realistic when you're actually doing it yourself. And it doesn't, it kind of makes, I don't know, for me, it kind of made me like a little bit discouraged when I first was doing it. But it did make me feel better, like listening to Nails by Vic, and just hearing some of the nail artists, I really BK, saying this is how long I took doing this nail set. Okay. I want to flash cure it. I want to add the XO. But for me, I want to do like the X. And see, if you don't let it pull up, then you can make a cleaner letter. Let me see, it was about to pull up, so I'm going to take some of that off. And then do the X. And I want the O's to win. I'm going to put the O here. Another O here. And then I'm going to flash cure that so we can put a line through it. And it doesn't mess it up. And then we're going to color in the cherry so that it gives the 3D effect. Don't forget to like, subscribe. A lot of the items that I'm using are on the storefront, and it's pinned on the comment. Thank you for coming in, spending this time with me. I really appreciate it. Okay, so, oh, you know what? I wanted to do the line in pink instead. So we're gonna do the line in pink. It shows that the circles won. And you see how, like, when you put it in pink, how it doesn't take away from the red. You can still see the red from the O's. So now we're going to go ahead and add the cute little small, no, we're going to do the 3D. We're going to add the lips and make them from black, and the cherries red. Okay, so you just want to follow the outline, and that's the good thing about the sticker. So you can just follow the sticker. And this will make it look 3D. Yeah, this is like what I do all the time. I'm just tired of hiding behind the camera. So I'm forcing myself to get in front of the camera. As much as possible, doing what I love. And my excuse before was, oh, editing, blah, 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 blah. So, and editing is not always great. I do like editing, but not as much. So this is a way that I just force myself to do it. Just go live and do what I love doing. And it's pretty dope when you do it like this, because then you don't have to outline it with the black. So that's a little cheat. For you to do on your own. And these stickers I got from Shein. They were $1, and they came in 5 days. I was very surprised how quickly they came. But doing it like this is just a cute little cheat. It's a little hack. And you don't have to make sure it's perfect. You don't have to do the outline because the outline is already there when you are, all you're doing is coloring it in basically with your gel polish. And this takes time. Don't feel like you're not an artist because you do stuff like this. This is like, work smarter, not harder. Like, this is already a lot of time, just even doing the coloring of the sticker. So don't feel bad and tell yourself like, I'm not a real artist. Like, no, it's not true. It still takes skill and a lot of bravery to even try some of these things. So be proud of yourself. When you're trying different things and different techniques. When I was doing this earlier, I was like, oh my god, this made it so much easier. I don't have to outline it. Outlining takes forever, and then I'm cleaning up and cleaning up and cleaning up. Okay, so now you can go ahead and flash cure that. Make sure you get your brush out of the way. And don't worry, we're still going to do these two, and we still have to add the hearts to these. And I'll show you the easy trick of doing the hearts too. Okay, I want to make sure that I get a good time on that. And these ones are going to be really easy. Because these ones we're just adding the glitter to them. But I like to use the builder gel for this. And I have Refill Nail Pop Builder Gel. that I got from Shein for $22. No, actually, that's a lie. I'm sorry. It was AliExpress. Because I was trying to buy clear builder gel and I could not find it. And then I found it on Temu and it was like $45. Then I went to my local nail shop to see if they had it because I have base coat and matte coat, so I figured they would have builder gel refill, but they didn't, so I was like, no, I'm better off buying it from AliExpress. Sure was. I think I've had this for 6 to 8 months now. And I'm still not even done with half of the bottle. And I do nails every day. And this bottle, how much is this? 9 ounce, 250 mLs. I'm just refilling my bottle real quick. And it's so worth buying this. I got it in light pink. Builder gel and then the pink one. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna add the we're gonna add the builder gel here, so we can add the glitter. Now you just want to be careful with the builder gel because this is where you can lose your shape as well. And with builder gel, you know, you want to flip it upside down so that it levels itself out once you're done. Make sure you don't have any lint. That's one thing that annoys me is lint. Okay, so you're just gonna put it upside down. So it levels itself out. You don't have to do it for that long because we're going to be adding the sequins or the glitter to it. And I didn't add the black on here, but since we did the outline and it has a little bit more black on that one, we're going to add a couple of black hearts on here. So where is I like to use this silicone tool and a little bit of base gel on it so I can grip the hearts. And if you do have Fluent on the one that you're about to put um, the sequence on, girl, just cover that up. With the sequence. The world will never know. Okay. One thing that irks me sometimes about the this the sequence, the glitter, is that sometimes it gets like stuck, the small ones. They get stuck together. A little bit of that filter gel to pick up a new one. And sometimes less is more. I like it. I noticed that I liked it um, with less hearts on than when I first did it. So we're not going to put as many hearts on here. Now, if you love glitter and you love it to be a lot, girl, do you. Because it's just depending on, I love glitter too, so it's just depending on what mood I'm in. I'm going to do another black one. Right here. And then do the rest small little hearts. Oh, there's a little piece of lint right there that's gonna annoy me, so I can just cover it up. Put another little heart right there. You know, you see that right there? You don't want to keep that there. You want to wipe off the sides. Make sure they're nice and crisp. And just play with your placement. Because once you cure it, it's stuck there. So make sure this is exactly where you want to keep it. Alright, so now you can go ahead and see you got the 3D one right here. The I love you. Oh, you know what? Before we actually cure this, let's add the little hearts to it. Because those ones are real easy to do. So you're just going to add 2 little dots. Next to each other. Depending on how big you want the heart to be. Depending on how you want to do your hearts. And then you're going to use your same brush and bring those 2 dots together. And that's how you get the cute little hearts. And do the same thing. Put another little one right here. Bring these together. Okay, now we're gonna do pink hearts. I'm going to do the same thing just with pink. The 2 little dots right here. Clean off the brush. I'm going to bring those 2 dots together. And hearts used to be so hard for me. Oh my god. Until I saw this technique and I was like, was it really that easy this whole damn time? I was so mad, but also relieved. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna put the other one. Let's put the other one right here. I'm gonna put all of this together. I say all of this, but it's just those 2 dots. All you have to do is just bring them together. And it makes the heart. Now we're going to add the pink hearts over here on this one. Let's do that over here. Damn it. And this is why you want to, this is the perfect reason why you want to cure. But I don't care because I wanted to get some of this off. It's alright. You can always fix your little mistakes. That's the good part about not curing just yet. Alright. And we're still going to finish these hearts. I don't care. So we're going to add the, make sure we have 2 little dots right there. Going to connect them. And if you have shaky hands, don't worry about it, because the nail art brush and the dot tool is always going to help you make your hearts perfect. Alright, so we're going to add another heart right here. I'll make it a little bit smaller. Okay. Bring that in. That's all you're going to do. Just connect them. And then you have a perfect little heart. Don't forget to like, subscribe, so every time I come on, I appreciate everybody that likes and subscribes and even just spends time with me. Just because it takes a lot for me to come on here. So I do appreciate the time that you spend with me, even if it's just a few seconds. And you do the same thing here. Bring them together. And you got a perfect little heart. I cannot believe how easy this was the first time that I had saw it being done with a dot tool. And I had watched so many nail artists do different nail designs, but whenever I saw them do a heart, it was like they speeded through that part. So I automatically thought that they had did it, just hand drew it, and I was like, damn, I'm not gonna be able to know how to do this. And then I was watching Tina Marie, and she did it, and she does like a lot of shorts, and she was doing like 6 weeks of boot camp or 30 days of boot camp. And there was a bunch of like nail art that she always wanted to try that she was like too scared to try. And yeah, she actually did that. I was like, damn, I was so excited that she did that. Alright, I'm gonna add XO to the bottom of this one. Remember, when you're doing the letters, you don't want to let it pool at the tip. And when I say pool, I mean how it turns into a bubble at the tip. You want it to be just straight through. that's how I learned how to do the letters. If you don't allow it to pull at the tip, you can make the smallest letters. And that is the key to doing that. Now just make sure before you put it to cure, since we didn't do that, you want to make sure that everything is in the right placement. Because once you cure, that's it. Make sure that's exactly where I want it. Okay, now I have it all the way that I want it, so we're gonna put it in there. The last, the thumb, I'm going to do a little bit different. I'm going to go ahead and put this heart and then put the rest red. Make sure that comes off. Yeah, I'm going to use the big one too. So we're going to leave that in there for 120 minutes because they're, or 120 seconds. Because there was the gel that needed to, the builder gel that needed to cure, and then the hearts, and then we added some extra stuff. I don't like the way this heart is looking. We'll see how it comes out when we put it on. Hey, you're still up. Those are cute. Are you going to do all hearts on the little finger? Yeah, I'm still up, girl. You know me, I'm a insomniac, so what you doing? What you doing up? So I was gonna do the hearts like this, the same way, but I want to do it a little bit different. So I'm going to do on the thumb, I'm going to put the heart right in the middle. Or maybe a little slanted, I don't know. Let's see. See if you act right. Get some act right in you. Okay. Welcome to the Insomnia Club. Girl, this is what I normally do at this time. I'll just be up. And my dreams have been so crazy that I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to turn the camera on. I need to just be as consistent as possible. So if I'm going to be up doing nails, I might as well turn the live on. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and put some base coat on top of this so that it locks the what am I trying to say? The sticker in. And then we're going to paint around it. Or yeah, we're going to paint around it. And then I'm probably going to add small little hearts to the inside of the heart, but in sequence. What time is it where you at? Oh, you 1 hour behind me. So was 2:58? I was baking for Valentine's Day, my love language. You know, still no job, so my sleep is off. Yeah, girl. Well, I haven't been allowed back to work because I'm in the middle of episodes, so I was thinking I was gonna be able to go back to work tomorrow, but that's not gonna happen. The fact that I can't sleep, I was like, yep, no, I'm gonna need. I was hoping sometimes my episodes don't last, and I can fight like through it, but when it takes on my body so bad, I'd rather take I don't want to take the risk of um going to work and falling asleep on the job and then getting fired because I fell asleep on the job, you know. Yeah, almost 3 there. Yeah. So I feel like I'm gonna have to wait until I think I'll be ready to go back to work on Monday, which sucks because I didn't miss the whole week of work. But I'd rather do that than get fired because I fell asleep on the job because my body is going through an episode. Girl, it'd be frustrating. So what you been doing? Talk to me, girl. What's up? Any any good gossip that you've been paying attention to? Let me know. Have I missed anything? Alright, so I kind of like it simple like that. Right, you need your mental rest though. Yeah, I do. And girl, they changed so much stuff at work. Like, they put in a whole different system. And I think my body was already on, like, I had felt the episode coming on. And I was like, no, 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 no. You know, I was trying to tell myself, like, nope, it's in my head. Um, and then, boom, it happened. And I was like, ooh. And then, girl, the crazy part was that my son had said to me, um, he's like, Mom, I'm real worried about you. And whenever my kids get worried about me, that's when I know, like, fuck, like, they see it. You know what I'm saying? And I hate that they can see it sometimes before I can. Because sometimes I just try to, like, work through it and not, like, um, let it bother me. You know, I just try to be as normal as possible. But he had told me the other day, out of nowhere, he was like, Mom, I'm real worried about you. Like, you're just locked up in your room. You only come out to take a shower. You barely eat. But I do eat. He just don't see me like that. Um, but when he asked me, he was like, I'm worried about you. Like, I only see you come out the room to take a shower and brush your teeth. And I'm like, fuck. Like, I knew it was coming on, but I was just hoping I could fight through it. But when they changed the whole system and it stressed me out, girl, the next day, my ass was grass. Like, I try to wake up for work. Called my doctor. No, you need to be in bed. You're having an episode. And I was crying and everything, but girl, I've been drinking water and minding my business and looking for jobs. Just bored. Just bored life right now. I feel you, girl. Sending hugs. Thank you, girl. You know, it's so crazy because even going through, you know, sis, you know how it is, like, because you know me for so long. Like, you know how my cycles be. Um, and I used to be like really ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it. I just try to hide it sometimes because I feel like if I hide it, I can try and psych myself out, but that shit don't work. Because as soon as my son noticed it, I was like, fuck. I knew I was having it, but I was just like trying to like act like I was straight, you know? Okay, so we're gonna do the top coat. On this one. We're not gonna do the top coat on the other ones because I want to keep it with some of it matte. And I like the pen and the hearts to stick out like that, and the matte to be on the back, and I don't want to go through each one by one, so we're not going to do that. They know when mama down. Girl, do they? And it was so crazy because I really thought I was like hiding it. Like I thought I was straight. Like it was so crazy to the point like, yo, my dumbass was like sitting here like, oh yeah, I'm okay. Like, you know, everything's straight. You know. And I'm like laughing at my son. I'm like, Poppy, why do you think something's wrong? Like, why does something always have to be wrong with me? Girl, bye. Fucking gaslighting my own damn son. Like, a damn shame. But I wasn't doing it on purpose. I was literally gaslighting myself because I just didn't want to. I really wanted to just believe that I was straight, you know? I was like, yo, I can't be going through this. I got bills to pay. But then I was also thinking I was literally trying to I was like gonna tell my doctor, you know, well, I was gonna tell him, or tell her that you know I was straight to go back to work. Girl, and then that day I could not get out of bed, and then I was like, all right, you know what? My body just needed rest, right? This is me just like trying to like not like believe like even though I knew I was having an episode, I just didn't want to like tell myself that. You know what I mean? Like I was hoping like if you know out of sight, out of mind, like I could just psych myself out. Um And then I'm like, you know what? If I get up and I just do nails all day today, I'll be straight. Yo, tell me why Rashida stood on the phone with me because she knew I was having an episode, and why I fell asleep during the whole day. Like, I was literally sitting up in the chair doing nails, and she was like, nope, you're going to stay on the phone with me. I'm worried about you, and I love you, and we're going to sit through this together. And I was like, thank you. And then, girl, I'm out. And I was like, oh my God, imagine if I would have went. This is something I actually love doing. I love doing nails. I don't even want to go into work, okay? I only go to work because I got to. So imagine I would have went to work, I would have been fired. They would have fired my ass so quick for falling asleep at work. I could not believe it. And then the same thing happened again today. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Why I pass out until 6? I'm like, what the fuck is happening? That's the one thing that irritates me so bad about these episodes is like, it scares me sometimes because it will knock me out, and then there's other times that I'm just like wide awake. But it's so crazy because um you know how my son knew already, even though I was like, I felt it come on, but I was still like trying to like, nah, I'm straight. Like, I'm probably just gonna be like a little down for a couple days, but I'll be all right. And he fucking called it. Girl, I've even been thinking about applying for disability, but I just don't want to do it, sis. That sound like when people tell their life story and I doze off. Girl, and you know how many times they do that over a phone. So imagine what would happen. Like, my ass would really be fucked up. Like, I felt like such an asshole the other day because this one person came up to me and was like telling me like all this stuff. And this was like the first time I met them, and they just trauma dumping all over me. And I could just feel how good they felt. Like, they just felt so relieved. And I just wanted to run. I literally just wanted to run from where I was. And yeah, long story short, they trauma dumped all over me. And I felt like shit, but they felt great. And they're like, you're an amazing person to talk to. And I was like, I don't even know you. Then I tell them, I'm sorry, I was researching something. I gotta tell them that. Girl, but I be knocked out for, nah, I can't, I don't know if I could come back from that. Like, I'm terrified that that's just going to happen. And I'm going to be out for like 3 hours. Because I don't knock out for 20 minutes. Like, there was one day I wasn't sleepy. And I came to do nails on my lunch break. Why did I knock out and literally woke up 2 minutes before my lunch was over? And I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe I woke up right like 2 minutes before that. And I was so happy that I had taken that nap during lunch because I'd have been screwed if I didn't. All right, I want to outline this a little bit more. Girl, then they tell you, I like talking to you. Yeah, I get that a lot. Girl, I know they've been missing my ass. Oh boy. I have people that call me on a regular basis at least once a week just to talk to me and ask me questions about their plans. So I can only imagine how many messages I have waiting on me when I come into work on Monday. But I really had to have that talk with Spirit. Like, I was like, Spirit, I gotta go to work. Like, Spirit was like, okay, go to work. And I don't like when Spirit be talking like that because that is like, to me, is like a truth or dare type. Like, that's more like a dare. Like, okay, go ahead. Don't listen to me. I know you want the money, but don't listen to your body. See what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't like the way you talking. Like, nah, I'm good. I'll wait until this pass. My intuition not feeling right anyways. Alright. So the best thing about this little manicure brush is that when it's not coming out perfectly crispy the way you like it, this is when this little manicure brush comes in handy. And you make it nice and crispy. No, I didn't like it. Let's see. How people take naps on they break and lunch makes me grouchy. I don't know. Girl, don't laugh out loud. Don't be reverse psychology me spirit. I know, girl. That's why I be like, no, I don't like the way you say that. Mm-mm. Because that's exactly what it is. It's like, okay, well, I tried to warn you, but you didn't really warn me. You were just more like, go into work if you want to. But I just didn't like the way you said it. Because I say it like that, but it wasn't like that. It was more like, okay, go into work if you want to. And I don't like that. I'm like, nah, I don't like the way you said that. Mm-mm. And you know how spirit be doing me, like spirit be like, you know what? I don't like you. You've getting too comfortable at this job. I don't like you at this job. Nope. It's time for you to go. Then all of a sudden I end up falling asleep on the job. They catch me falling asleep on the job and then instant I'm fired. Like the fuck? So I'd rather keep my job and just take the rest that I need. Even though I want the money, but I gotta think about it too. Like, okay, if I want the money that bad, like, am I willing to risk the money? Like, am I gonna risk like losing my job? You know what I'm saying? So it's stupid. It's like I'd rather just not even. I just take the L and just not go to work. Cause I don't want to take the L and get fired. I want to leave on my terms, not on y'all's term. And do you even get unemployment if you fall asleep on the job? Oh, you do? I didn't know that. Girl, you shouldn't have told me that. I still ain't gonna fuck around and play it and find out. Like, girl, do you remember how they did me the last time I had to file for unemployment? I went 3 months without any pay at all, and then I had to wait for the money. By the time the money came in, I was already making money off of my new job. So it was a blessing, but damn, I could have used the money when my ass was broke. I'm gonna flash cure this and put a couple of small hearts of the sequin hearts in the middle. Oh, I don't know about the unemployment for sleeping. That was from the previous thing you said. I I wish spirit, Jesus, guardian angel, ancestors tell me what I should be really doing while I'm off, because I'm getting comfortable, lol. Well, what do you, sis? Okay, what is one thing that you want to be doing right now? Because there's things that you could be doing that you don't really talk about. All right, we are almost done, y'all. I think what I'm going to do is, instead of adding the sequence, we're going to leave this as a little 3D and just add some builder gel to the middle of it. That's the thing, I don't know, because I've been doing Medicare for so long, I don't know what I'm good at. But sis, what is something that you wanted to do that you couldn't do because you couldn't focus on because you were working, and you thought to yourself, if you weren't working, I could be I could be doing something else. Like, there's always something that, like, we think about, like, damn, if I wasn't working, I could be working on this. Like, this is something that I would be doing. Like, if you had $1 million right now, right? What would you uh be doing with your time? Other than like vacationing and all that other stuff. Like, once you're done vacation, what would you be doing? Because you would be bored as hell. You would not want to just be stuck in the house. All right, we added builder gel to the middle so that it could have that 3D effect. And we're going to flash cure it so that it stays in place. I can tell you right now what one of the things is. And it's not even coming to your head. I have so many ideas. LOL. No, I'm doing some to do some with $1 million. No, I'm going to do something. Wait, what do you say? No, I'm going to do something with $1 million. No, but I mean, like, so like, if you had, and you could work on your passions, right? What is something that that you've always wanted to do that you didn't have the time to do? I like planning stuff and birthdays. I love planning my mom's birthdays and sisters and cousins' birthdays. Girl, why don't you look into becoming like a party planner? You could start your own business easily, and everybody loves you in your town. How many party planners do they have out there? And that would be, yo, that would be so easy for you to do, sis. You wouldn't have to even have money to start your businesses. You would just need to get a business card, register your business as an LLC. I'm put another layer of builder gel, so we have more 3D effect on it. I'm going to do something with $1 million autocorrect. Oh, um, but yeah, like, what would you do with that if you had, if like even without money right now, if you was to become like a party planner, sis, you'd be able to do that without having money. You could literally have a booking site, or without a booking site, because you live in like a small town. You could just get yourself business cards, and you could go to Vista Print, and print yourself out some cards. I can make you a logo, whatever you want your logo to be. What the hell? Girl, that was confirmation. I don't know what the hell that was. That was spirit right there. Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and put the top coat on this one. I'm not going to put it on the builder gel because we only flash cured the builder gel. So I want to make sure that it's fully cured before I put the top coat on top of it. But I'm going to put the top coat around it. I think these are the nails that I'm going to wear on on Saturday for Valentine's Day. It'll go perfectly with my dress too. Do people know that you do like party planning? My cousins want to do a food truck, but I can't see myself cooking all the time. Girl, don't do something that you can't see yourself doing all the time. Because then you're going to be miserable. Like, something that can, like, for me, nails is something that can really, it takes, like, it can take, I get lost for hours doing it. what is something that you can get lost for hours doing that you really enjoy? And if you can get lost for hours doing the party planning, then that's what you should be doing. That's what you should focus on. Is that something you like to do, or they want to get out the factory here, but it would have to be a different family business for me? What do you mean? Your family is in, um, like they work out the factory and they want to go into a family business? Because you definitely got to do something that makes you happy. Because, like, it's cool to make money, but if you're going into business for something that you're not passionate about, you're going to be back to like square one when it comes to like you're doing something for the money and not for the love of doing it, you know? My cousins have worked in the factory for over 20 years and they've been trying to figure out a business to get out the factory life. Yeah, you got to do something that's going to make you happy, sis. Because it's cool to like do a family business, but if it's not something that you're passionate about, then you're just gonna be back to square one, just doing stuff for money. All right, we are almost done. I've been streaming for hours. I am very proud of myself. I'm so glad I didn't fall asleep on this stream. That'd have been hilarious. I wake up in the middle of the stream. But I definitely wouldn't have fell asleep because this is the time my ass is wide awake. Yes, I'm proud of you too. Oh, thank you. I love you so much, sis. All right, y'all. So we got the 3D heart right there. Okay, we're gonna just put the top coat on top of the velvet gel. so that it's nice and even, and it's got the bubble heart. It says, what have you been wanting to do for the longest time that you haven't completed? First of all, the party planning thing, you would, if you love the party planning thing, you wouldn't even need to have money to start. Like, the only thing that you would really need to do is, you know, have your LLC, but you don't even really have to do that. You just consider yourself a party planner and consider yourself self-employed. So when you do your taxes for the first year and then start your business of like actually get it like a name and everything, like if you just want to have it under your name. Alright, so we're almost completely done, y'all. I did change a little bit. This was a recreate, so I did change a little bit of what the original was. So the original one said, will you be mine? And it said yes, no, maybe. And then this one was I love you XO with the hearts and the lips. Then we had the thumb and the ring finger. The pinky and the thumb had the sequins, the glitter hearts. And then the ring finger had the 3D lips and the 3D cherries. And then these are the ones that we recreated today. Oh, they're so beautiful. You got the 3D heart right there. Because the thumb normally doesn't get any type of love, and I always like the thumb to get love. And then we got XOs, but the O's won. These are the nail, the paper nail art. With the hearts, we got the lips and the cherries and the heart. And then we got the sequence, glitter, pinky. And I actually like these ones a little bit more. I think I'm gonna redo these two, the thumbs, these two thumbs. And make it like these two, because I like the way these ones came out. I don't know, we'll see what happens. These are my favorite though, these ones. the nail art one. I mean the paper art. And I literally just learned these today. How to do them today. So, hi. Can I say my name? You ate. Do you sell them? Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes, so we actually have a website that is coming up. Just don't forget to like and subscribe. I do have a couple that are for sale right now, but we're waiting for the website to come up. So this was a pair and the last one that we did. And then this was another pair. These ones are extra, extra long stilettos. Slay, I love those ducks. Thank you so much. But yeah, it was gonna be Astrofluent dot bigcartel.com, but I'm building the website right now. So right now we're just trying to get our website up and just doing the content. But yeah, just go ahead and like and subscribe and keep up with the channel, because once we have the website completely up, I want to make sure that I'm able to go ahead and send out the sizing kits, because I want to make sure that I'm able to size out what you want, and I want to be able to have it where you send me what you want, or you can pick out the press on set that's on the website. So how do you say your name? Floricia? Floricia? Oh, I'm so sorry. How do you say it? Let's see. Is it Italian? No, it's Romanian. Oh, how do you pronounce it? Hold on. Let me see. I want to actually say it correctly. I want to make sure I say your name right. It's Flor. And it's I see. Okay, let's see. Let me see if Google's gonna do me right. Florichica. Oh, Florichica. Okay. Okay, so Google did me right. All right, sweetheart. Well, yes. Yeah, go ahead and check out our website. Well, you can follow me here, but our website will be up soon. And I will be doing like pre-orders. I definitely want to be able to send out a. I'm right now in the middle of building the website, so I want to be able to send out the size so that I know for sure that you are it's sized out to your fitting, and they are made with PolyGel, so they're going to be strong. So it's just like acrylic. But yeah, if you want something like this done, we're building up the website, and then you can put it on here. But yeah, just follow the just follow us, subscribe, and then once we definitely have the website up, you'll be able to go ahead and order. But thank you, I really appreciate that. But I'm about to go to sleep, y'all. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I really appreciate all the love. Please check out the rest of the videos. I send you so much love. Thank you so much for Floricia. Chica. No, wait. Florichica. Night, sis. Okay, good night. Lots of love and kisses. Good night.